enough. Sick of dealing with the old plan. They know that we're calling it bluff. Hey!
Hello, hello, hello.
Okay, there you go. Oh my gosh, keep forgetting to turn it on. My camera, I'll turn on my camera in a bit.
Oh, me too. I lowered the mic and I was like, well, hopefully I don't blow shit up.
Can you hear me?
Oh, yeah, I can hear you. I can hear you
Yeah.
good. Oh, too funny. Oh, man. Did you see the thing with RFK today?
No, what is it?
The Democrats have dropped all their suits trying to get him off the ballots in Wisconsin and Michigan and stuff.
Oh, shut up. Oh,
So
that's precious.
so now all his shit is staying up in all these different states that he doesn't want to be on the ballot.
Mm.
It just all magically disappeared, all these lawsuits.
They're so amazingly crooked. And they're so like transparent on how crooked they are.
Oh,
It is
yeah.
It is so sad though. I mean, we all see it. We all know. Ugh.
That's not the kicker. Did you see Kamala Harris's aides and stuff today too?
No, why? What's man?
They want
all this.
They want the wall.
Oh, why is this on? Really?
Yeah, they're coming out that they're going to finish off the wall because now they're for the wall.
Oh gosh. Okay, I get it. How come this is on my freaking phone? That's weird.
It's funny considering all the panels that were laying down, they wouldn't let them. Texas was offering to buy the rest of all these panels that were laying down in the middle of the fields and stuff.
Oh,
So they could put it up instead of those things that they have in the water, those barrel things with the net on it.
mm-hmm.
And they would not sell it to them. They sold them, I think, basically they said 50 cents on a dollar or whatever for all these panels that were specially made for border wall. And now they're going to have to buy all that shit brand new again.
Oh gosh. Okay, wait. Kamala's buying it or?
Yeah, Kamala's behind the wall now.
Stupid. Oh my god. That's so ridiculous.
Like we're forgetting what we've seen on TV for the last 3 years now.
Right. They're doing all, dude, and that's what I was like, and I'm sure other people are posting. It's like, are we supposed to forget that what they've been in office? And I like someone pointed out that for the last, 16 years, the Democrats have been in the White House, 12 of the 16, and only one was 4 years of Trump. And then, I mean, all this stuff is theirs to claim. I swear. Yeah, they're trying to make it seem like we're supposed to forget that she's in. And that was the other thing. Like, I know people are pointing out, like, hey, you were in office, you could do this stuff already. That's what I don't get. Like, the illegal immigration. Why can't she do this why can't she do it now? Like, or if she could control the prices, why can't she do it right now? She's in office right now. I mean,
Yeah.
Obviously, Biden's not in. I don't know what he's doing. He's what, resting up he's resting on the beach right now. So stupid.
Pretty much, because he's pretty much gone because he went on vacation last week again to California. And
that's what I don't get. Why is he still technically in power? They should 25 his ass already. Right?
Well, the House has him up for impeachment, but by the time it gets through and stuff, I don't know if they'll be able to get through.
Yeah, that's pointless. That's so dumb, man. Yeah. No, sorry about last night. So you're gonna probably say something about it, but anyway, I was hanging out with my friends, and because my friend needed help moving his mattress, so I had my son and my nephew come with me because I'm the only one he knows with the truck. So I felt bad because I was like, my husband had the truck all last week, so I could do it now. So I go and he's like, "Oh, take a tour of my new place," because he has like he has a rooftop that you could see the Palms Casino, and you could see he's off the strip. He's not exactly on the strip, but you could see it. It's not too far, like the Las Vegas strip. So
You know,
anyway,
this is sounding like a Pornhub kind of story, right?
oh my gosh, stupid. Stop. Wait, hold
Then
on.
then you got stuck in the washer trying to grab for something
Oh,
and
right.
look behind you.
I always, oh, whatever. Stupid. But no, it was bad. No, it was not that bad, but I'm telling you. Okay, so like these are my political friends. And he has this new friend, and I have to check. I was like, how do you know my friend? Because we're very political. And I had my nephew who does not do like my son and my nephew don't, like a lot of people besides us care about politics. So I'm trying to teach my nephew and my son. I hate to say this, and I don't know if this is off topic, but it's kind of whatever. It's just socially where we're at.
How old
This
is you?
my nephew's like 23, my son is 19. So this what is it, Gen Z? They don't know how to talk to one another. They don't know how to talk. So I've been kind of coaching my son and my nephew like how to talk to people. It's really weird because even my students, like I had to coach them. I said, you realize you guys don't know how to talk professionally. I know you guys are young because they're junior high, but I was like, how do you, I hate to say it, but the attack on boys and, they don't know how to act as boys, like regular boys, because we are so coddling them. And I feel bad because I don't want to say that we coddled our son, but I mean, I'm afraid that we kind of sheltered him from, growing up. So, growing up at all. So I feel like we did this a lot to the Gen Zers. So I'm trying to like coach him, like, look, when people start talking about topics you probably aren't familiar, don't feel stupid. So when my friend started talking about social issues and politics, he just sat there with like deer in the headlights. He's like, I have no idea. I was like, trust me, you're not the only one. So my friend had his roommate. And I asked him, I was like, are you political? And he's like, no. I was like, okay. And I said to my nephew, see, he's not political either. Because he said, yeah, my friend will start talking about politics. And and he's like, oh my gosh, it goes over my head. And I was like, well, you don't care about it. He goes, yeah, that's that. So him and my nephew go off to the side and they're talking and they're playing pool. My son was playing pool with them or whatever. And then so my friend and I, okay, no, check this out. Okay. My friend says some really, and I won't say his name because I don't know if he'll be watching, but he says the most outrageous stuff. How should I put this? He's Persian. So if you guys know like the background of Persian people, right? They're Iranians, right? Iran is from they're Aryans. Hitler told them to change their name from Persia to Iran, which means Aryan. So they're the true Aryan race. Anyway, I have to point that out. So this guy, he has some crazy ideas. And I've seen him at like board meetings talking about race mixing. And I'm like, dude, you can't be saying that stuff out loud. So he's like, so it was just me and him on his rooftop. He's like, look, I got to tell you something. And he goes, I know it's not politically correct. And I was like, oh crap, what is it? Because I've heard him talk about this stuff.
So he's actually worse than me then.
Oh, totally. Totally. That's why I told you we have content for tonight. He's way worse than you. Like, I can't believe he's telling me this stuff. I said, you realize, because he knows who I'm married to. And I showed a picture of you saw the post I had of my husband, right? You've seen him.
Which one?
He looked like a total cholo.
Oh, okay. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah. That, so he just he can't stand females. Like, so he's a younger guy, right? And he's single and he's like, you gotta like, I have like this. I was like, dude, if I'm going to try to hook up any of my single political guy friends, I was like, I'm going to look out for my nephew and my son, and it's Vegas and they're slim pickings. Sorry, but there is. It's living in Vegas. It's slim pickings with quality girls. Anyway, so he's like talking about like, I don't believe in race mixing. Okay, check this out. Love the dude, but Okay, he's okay. Let me just say it. It's don't be offended if anyone's listening. He goes, he can't stand that white women go for black men. And he's like, look at that right there. And it was like another couple, and he's like, trash. He's like, look, it's trashy. And I was like, oh my God, shut the hell up.
But
And he's like,
he has to clarify that it's only fat white women that go after black guys. It's not the skinny ones.
so wait, no, check this out. No, the guy is like, well, I looked real quick because they went somewhere. He's kind of overweight. And this girl was like slimmer, right? But she's wearing like a sports bra outside. And he's like, look what she's wearing. And the biker shorts and the bra, like the bralette. And I was like going, okay. And he's like, dude, they go for that low quality too. And I was like, oh my gosh. I was like, he goes, their standards are so low. Trash. That's just trash. And I was like, I swear if you say this out loud, you're gonna get canceled. He's like, what are they gonna do? What are they gonna do? And I was like, I don't know. So I'm like, okay, I hope you're gonna be like financially self-reliant that you don't get ever canceled for
Like,
saying the crap
oh my
that you're saying. So I'm like, oh my gosh. So he just kept going on. And I was like, looking at him, I said, you realize I am in a mixed, like interracial relationship. I was like, you know that. He goes, yeah, but I think it's because it's brown on brown. So we cancel each other. So as long as we don't mix with white people.
I don't think it's mixing either because you guys have the same fucking eyes.
I don't have, like, my eyes are big compared to my husband's. He's like,
Okay, we need, since we actually have people in here, we need to put up a poll. Does she have chinky eyes? Yes or no?
You're so stupid. No, you saw what I posted. Did you see the picture of him standing next to my friend? That guy has chinky eyes. Like my husband has really chinky eyes, and they both were like just standing there, and they look related. Like I don't look like that. My eyes are not that tight. Sorry. I've been told I got big eyes for an Asian or whatever.
Yeah,
But anyway,
by a white guy though.
I guess. No, you know what? There's some guys with slanted eyes. Hey, it's cute. I'm just saying. I think that's why I liked. He had chinky eyes. He's cute. I don't care what you say. But yeah. So he goes, yeah. So I showed everybody, like, so other guys came out, like his other friends and our other mutual friend came out, and we started hanging out, and we're just talking about dating in Vegas. It's bad, dude. Like, I hate to say it. I was like, how are you gonna meet girls out here? Because you have to, like, there's nowhere you can meet them. And if you meet them in the casinos, just regularly going to the casinos, if you see regulars, they're usually old people, old Asians or whatever. Like you'll see them. And but like the young people, they would have been like, say when I had my nephew and my nieces, my in-laws, my nephew-in-law and niece-in-law, when they were out here, they made friends with other couples. So there weren't that many single people. If they had single friends, I don't know how they knew them. It's just weird. It's really weird. I feel bad for anyone that lives in Las Vegas and tries to enter the dating scene. It's not ideal because, of course, you're not going to be on the Strip because the Strip is just tourists and you can't make relationships with tourists. But like you go on the outskirts, how do you meet them? You would say church, but then there's families that go to church. There's one church that we were going to, and it was kind of hip, but we stopped going because I liked the church. It was hip and happening and everything, and it had a young vibe. But I'd be sitting there, and I could have sworn I saw like a gay guy, like a couple gay couples, and like I can't be in a church where like you're openly gay like that and comfortable. So I thought it was strange that like if you don't know you're not supposed to be in a gay relationship in a Christian church, I don't know what to tell you. But like I'm sitting there with my grown kids. I know they're grown, but they start seeing this guy like rubbing this other guy's back, and I'm like, okay, they're definitely a couple. It's just weird. So I stopped going there. Anyway, I found a church that I like. They're political, so I like it. I found two churches that I like that are political, and they're of course right leaning.
I thought
Anyway,
churches weren't supposed to be really political, though.
yeah, they can't. I got it. Okay, so the misconception that there's a separation of church and state, and we conservatives need to keep saying it. There's no such thing in the Constitution. There's no such thing as separation of church and state. That was a statement that Thomas Jefferson, who did write that was the author of the Declaration of Independence, but he never said that in the actual document. So I was arguing with this stupid ass. I'm in a couple like Facebook pages, and there's this one guy. I think he thinks it's because we're a bunch of Filipinos and it's a white dude, and white liberals like to look down at us brown people and think we're not smart. And I'm not saying I'm smart, but I was like speaking in proper English and not fobby, so I'm all like typing back, and I was like, I'm using his own words against him. And I brought up, I said, nowhere does it say in the Constitution or Declaration of Independence that there's a separation of church and state. He goes, yes, it was in the Supreme Court something case. And I'm looking at the case that he posted up. I said, nope, that's not what it says. I'm like, and I reposted what he said. I said, that's not what it says there. So, separation of church and state is a misconception. They never said that the church is not to be political. It never says that. You look at anything, it never said that. What it's saying is, and I say, the government cannot prohibit anyone from becoming into, like, for speaking about your church or being a part of a church. The government cannot establish a church. That says it specifically. But you are to be protected. You are, and I'm not even a legal scholar, but I read it over and over, and I'm like, okay, did I get this right? And if you read it over and over, and it says, government shall not, what did it say? Establish a church. Okay, the government isn't. So a church speaking on political matters is allowed to. It never, they're supposed to be protected. It literally says in the First Amendment, the church is protected. Anybody is protected when they're talking about their faith and religion. So as a president, so they're going to be like, well, as a president can speak about religion and about his faith, but he cannot establish it as a government church, because that was the problem, was that they ran away, the Mayflower, those people, the Pilgrims, right? They ran away from England because the church was establishing, the government was establishing a theocracy, and they were running the church. So they wanted to go somewhere where they could practice their religion freedom, their religious, freedom. And freely. So that's how you're supposed to look at it. I, as an individual, can talk about it, and a church can talk about political stuff. So we have Pastor Jack Hibbs. If you're not familiar with him, I've seen him. I've known him for about him for over 10 years. And during the shutdown, him and that MacArthur guy he's in California too. So two pastors from California were challenging the COVID lockdown. Yeah. So he said, even Jack Hibbs from Calvary Chino Hills, he goes, I'm speaking about politics all the time. He goes, I challenge for someone to sue me. He goes, so far, nobody picked it up. He said, nobody's challenging me, so I'm going to keep talking about politics. So I encourage every pastor, every minister to talk about religion or politics, every pastor in their churches. So they can't stop you. They literally cannot stop you. By law, they cannot stop you. So that's my whole spiel.
Well, what you said about it, that does make sense. And as long as they're not establishing it, I can see that then.
Yeah.
See, I never knew how that worked, because I don't go to church. I can walk the doors and start burning.
Oh my gosh, there's so many people like you. I mean, my friend, it was funny because we were about to eat last night, late at night, and my friend I know is agnostic or an atheist. He grew up a Italian Catholic, and we started praying because my friend, who which is funny. My Persian friend started praying. He said, "Let's pray," and I was like, "Really? We're gonna pray? Okay, cool." Just praying with all the guys. I'm like, "Cool." And I just looked at my friend. I was like, "Yeah, I know you're an atheist," but he goes along whenever we open up in prayer. He prays along with us, so he doesn't. He's okay with it. But no, because we do, and like I go to a lot of these Republican meetings, and we open up in prayer all the time. So, but yeah, it's a big deal over here. Why is it hot? Oh my gosh.
Did you
Sorry.
see any of that polling that came out about the church people and the church people that like they basically anybody that was a religious, they did Catholics and they did all the different religions. Trump is up with every single group. There's only one group that he's down by 67%. Atheists.
Atheists?
Yep.
No, I didn't see that. Did you post it?
I think I might have put it up on X. I just thought that was weird polling because every section was like 4, 17%, 10%, 12%. It's all mixed ranges. But the only group that he's down so much with is atheists. And I thought that was the greatest thing ever.
How come I don't see your stuff? It's so I'm following other people. Maybe that's why I'm like I don't have your stuff, but damn. Yeah, because they were trying to say that Kamala had a bump. I think we talked about, I don't know if we talked about this, but she had a bump from the convention, from their convention. My gosh, I tried watching part of it. I watched, I think, a part of Michelle Obama's and Barack's. Oh, I cannot stand Barack. He does that like laughing crack, like he cracks his voice. Ooh, like it makes me cringe. I'm like, shut the hell up. Like
That's the
you're
same
not
shit that Kamala's trying to do, but it doesn't work for her because she comes off as fucking crazy.
Oh my gosh. Yeah, dude. Okay, so they're gonna have a debate. She canceled one, but there's one in
September 4th, but she's going to be on some channel. I think it might be ABC. No, it might not ABC. I think it's CNN. She's going to sit down with Tim Walz, I think.
Oh, okay. So September 10, because I got an invitation for a watch party, some NVGOP thing. I'm like, I don't want to pay $40 to go watch it.
40 bucks.
Well, I forgot. So now I remember it because it's supposed to be a fundraiser, which is fine because I went to the last watch party they had. And it was at an Italian restaurant, and Kash Patel was there. Yeah, he was. I saw him. He was dressed down, like he was wearing shorts and a t-shirt. I was like, "That's Kash Patel." I always run into Kash Patel, and I realized he lives in Nevada, so he comes down for a lot of stuff. I always see him at rallies. He walks up with my friend. Well, I consider her my friend, Segal Chada, and him and Segal are always together, and I'm like, crazy. I hope Segal gets something in the White House. She's a diehard MAGA, and she's helped. She's the one I told you that helped my friend that was in trouble with the fake electors.
Oh yeah,
yeah, she helped. I think there's 6 of them, so each lawyer takes 2 of the clients. And I forgot. I think she had one of my. I think she was representing my friend. I think. I don't know how it worked, like, because they're from different counties, and then they had to have their own lawyer represent them from each county. So my friend is from Clark County, and this other guy. So there's 2 electors from Clark County, and I know maybe it was somebody else she was representing. But anyway,
your other friend that was tweeted out by Trump. What's he running for?
Oh, which Drew. Yay. I was so happy. Drew Johnson. Yeah. He's running for CD3, Congressional District 3. He's going up against Dina Titus, and which is a house seat. So we need every house seat. Dina Titus is a Democrat. She raised our taxes. She's what else? But I hear her seat is vulnerable. So, but yeah, Drew just got an endorsement from Trump, I love Drew. He's kind of a libertarian though, which I don't mind at all. But I love his wife Sarah. So she's so super sweet. Oh my gosh, kind of like just really sweet people. But you know, the people I do, the Filipino group that I do the podcast with, Tita Josie, which Joe Coy's mom. Joe Coy's mom, Tita Josie, loves Drew Johnson, just loves Drew Johnson. So every time we have a get together, Drew's there. We have potluck, Drew's there. And we're supposed to have another one, but yeah, so Drew Johnson, he got the endorsement, which is good because I think he's being totally outspent. Dina, I mean, you know, we have what they call the Harry Reid machine. So Harry Reid, from what they said, and I see it, what he made Nevada like deep blue, like not deep blue. I mean, it's getting deep blue. It's purple blue. It's purplish blue, like because of Harry Reid and his legacy. He made it so that um, they have so many so much money backing them, and they're like they call it the Harry Reid machine. Harry Reid, he was like the godfather of the Democrat Party here in Nevada. And so if there were two people in the primaries, he would decide like you're running, you're not running, you're running, you're not running, so that if there was a primary for the Democrats, the one that was stronger or he picked or whatever they picked would go into the general. So they would make sure they don't lose money in the primaries, which is smart. But meanwhile, we have these stupid ass, no offense, but stupid ass Republicans here in Nevada, and they just waste their freaking money. I'm sorry, but I know that's why it took me like when I was running. The first time when I was running, I didn't spend that much money. I honestly, if you could look at my C&E reports, I spent maybe $600 because I knew I can't outspend the doctor and the millionaire, Ron Q, you know? And then, but then this one, when I was running for the board, I looked to make sure there's no Republicans or conservatives running. So I'm like, cool. There was one, and she's an independent, and she actually ended up winning. And so I'm like, whatever. This one made me say, like, you know what? I don't want to run anymore. I'll never run. I don't know. I mean, I will never run, but yeah, I don't want to run because
It's hard when you don't have money because that's pretty much the name of the game right there.
oh, I know. Because so essentially she won because now I heard from the other people, the other Republicans backing her up. And I kept telling this guy, and I knew him too, even though he'll act like he doesn't know me. But it makes sense that he wasn't friendly towards me because he was backing her. So anyway, the other guy who I won't say their names, but the other guy was a millionaire. He was running. He lost his primary, and he spent a lot of money. Anyway, he was going.
If you came out here to run, you would be able to do a lot with just $600.
Yeah, but see, this one it covered more land. So when I ran for this board, it was a whole big district that went from Las Vegas to Laughlin, which is a huge area to cover. And I think I campaigned a lot in Searchlight in Laughlin. Searchlight was so easy. Like it's like a trailer park. It really was. And I was like, okay. And I was able to and I swear I just on those two cities alone, I thought I would have had a better time, but I got last place. Anyways, the people who actually did their research, they said on paper, they're like, oh my gosh, you're actually here campaigning. And they go, we like you. We actually did our research and you were the best one. You were like, your background, you're a teacher. And of course, like the others are all politicians. I was like, yeah, the other two that won, they were already like serving as in committees in the district, and they're business people. One was like the independent. She's a business person. She works in sales or something, and she's already in some kind of committee with the school district. And then she has like two kids in the school district. And then the other guy, that won, because there's two that go into the general, and the other guy is a human rights activist. Like, oh my gosh, like totally not. He's an activist. He's not even a parent. He's not even an educator. He's just an activist. He's doing this as a stepping stone for his political career.
That's what I was gonna say, because otherwise, what the hell is he running for that for?
You're a gay dude with no kids. You're 26. Why are you concerned about the schools? Now, for myself, I'm a freaking school teacher. I know for years, even though my kids are all grown, I saw what they had to go through, and I've tried sounding the alarm. And I was a teacher, and I know exactly what's going on. And even I'm trying to tell my conservative friends, like, dude, it's not the woke crap. It's not the teachers grooming the kids. That's not the problem. The kids are out of freaking control. The kids are out of control. And this is nationwide, because if you see my reposts, I'm telling people that other students are getting attacked, teachers getting attacked, teachers are getting threatened. I had my math teacher, and I tell this story all the time. She was threatened. Nothing happened to that freaking kid. We tried to file a report, nothing. The cops won't do anything. So whenever people are like, oh, did you go to the cops? Yeah, we did. Parents go to the cops, and the cops don't do anything.
Well, like you were saying the last time, they have that little game where they transfer right before they're going to get kicked out.
Yeah, and then
they know the game, so you guys are screwed at the end.
Yep. I tell people, they're all shocked. I said, yeah, and sitting here, no offense, and it's a valiant effort to get those perverted books out off the shelves, which I totally agree, because, you know, in the end, it's up to the parents. If that's inappropriate for kids, do not get, like, as a teacher, I had a religious kid, and that was when NAACP had asked me, would you ban books? I'm like, it's not banning books. And it was a yes or no lightning round, so I couldn't answer it thoroughly. But as a teacher, if a parent complained and said, Edgar Allan Poe, it's too graphic, I don't want my kid reading this, it's inappropriate for her, I said, okay, you know, I backed off. I said, here's an alternative, and I found an alternative story for her to do, which is no problem. It's not banning books, it's being considerate for a student in the family, and it's not banning books. So just like the perverted books, that's not appropriate for any kid. Like, I have my 7th graders, I tell this story, they were like freaking out when PETA and in the Hunger Games, and what's their names, I forget their names, but you know, they're like getting close, and she kissed her on the forehead, and he was like, the boys were like, ew, they're like grossing out, like, why are they kissing on the, I was like, it's on the cheek, dude. Oh, kissed her on the forehead. But that's a little too graphic for the kids. So can you imagine them talking about, like, I went down on my best friend and, you know, jacked him off? Like, dude, don't be reading those stories. The kids
there's a big difference between Edgar Allan Poe and fucking let me blow you in the fucking behind the book.
Yeah. Yes, totally. And I'm like, I'm sitting here like, dude, and I get it. Well, you know what's so sad? I think it's just the telling of the times. Like, when I was reading it, okay, I did Telltale Heart. That's always like a 7th, 8th grade book.
I did that in high school.
So you remember it, right?
Yeah, I read that. Okay,
so I'm reading it. This tells you 10 years, like over 10 years ago, when I did that in Compton Unified to my 7th or 8th grade students, they were like, oh my gosh, they're like, that's creepy. And I acted out when he's slowly putting his head into the doorway. The kids love it. Mm-hmm. But I do it now. These kids literally will say, I think I'm going to have nightmares tonight. I'm like, are you kidding me? They're super sensitive now. I'm like, because now as I'm reading, and I'm telling you, it's like a progression of sensitivity. These kids started getting more and more sensitive. And I'm like, oh my gosh, I can't do Edgar Allan Poe after, I think, you know, in 2 years, they're going to be like, no, it's totally inappropriate. And I was like, we've been doing it for 30, 40 years. And now all of a sudden, not all of a sudden, but it was like, it's a steady, like, these kids are getting super sensitive.
Well,
that
it's like how you said they don't know, the kids don't know how to communicate with each other. They're used to just texting, and it's just little quick little shit. Once they get into a story like that, I bet you it's just blowing their fucking mind because it's descriptive, and there's a
Yeah.
whole thing behind it. It's not just boom, boom, boom. I told you my last boss what he was doing for it to set up interviews. He wasn't even calling them; he was texting them. Hey,
wow.
you want to come in for a job interview? Texting fucking people.
You know what's so telling too? So I was at Walmart and they have, sometimes they have a restaurant inside Walmart. So there's this I think it's Pitbull's restaurant. It's called something Miami Grill or something like that. And I was ordering something and I hear it was in the morning and I hear the manager, like I guess he's the boss there, and he's calling because two people did a no-show. He said his shift manager and some other worker didn't show up. And I've heard about this. So my coworker was saying that when people are hiring other like young people, it's kind of hard because these people do no shows, like nothing. Like this generation is like they don't take any job seriously. They won't even show up to an interview. This is just like how it is now. This Gen Z, they flake out like big time. They don't want to do hard labor. They don't even want to show up on time. They don't
You
want
know
to even
what?
show up at all.
The one that tripped me out is have seen all the people that show up in interviews with their mom or their dad. How in the fuck do you go to a job interview with your mom and dad there?
I'm glad you brought that up. There was an article I posted on that topic, and they were saying, yeah, they were doing. Well, luckily, it's still a low percentage, but nonetheless, it should be zero. But he said, yeah, I had parents that filled out their application or parents that inquired for their kid. And then the parent that walked in with them. And then there was one where the parent, sat there with them. And then the other one was the parent was answering for them. I was like, oh my gosh. Again, going back to my nephew and my son, and you seen my son. So I'm like, I hate to say it, but like, by the way, I think he's going to work with, hopefully, knock on wood, he's going to work with his dad soon. So yeah. But you see him, my husband. And I was like, I want him to, what, back in the days though, I know I'm jumping all over the place, but you've seen what he looked like back in the days. You saw the pictures I posted.
Yeah.
I was worried about him being that way too. Like when he had to start working, he started working right when he turned 18 in construction. And I was afraid that he wouldn't, and it had to kick his ass in the beginning, being in rebar, like ironworking, someone even called him a slug. So that's bad. So I told him, I said, hey man, if your reputation goes around these construction sites that you're a slug, that's not going to be good. You're not going to pick up any work. So he had to force himself to be a hard worker. And so eventually he was. And then eventually now he's like a guy's guy. Back then he was a shy and quiet guy, I thought. He was one of them quiet vatos,
Well, he's a lot shyer than your girls, right?
Who? Oh, my son?
Yeah, your son compared to your girls.
You know what? And so so this is kind of harsh because we have 3 girls and our only son, and he's our baby. And I know just because he's not big and built, like he's not, because everybody's like looking at his dad like, oh, he's a big Samoan. They're expecting the son to be like a big Samoan. He's actually the same size as his younger or his older brother or younger brother. He's like, for a Samoan, he's not big, my husband. And then I look at my son, I'm like, he's a cross between Filipino and Samoan. So he's not big, right? And so but my husband's worried that he's not going to be like a manly man, So anyway, the thing about him, I did say, like, you know what? I'm worried because our son isn't outspoken. Like he's soft spoken. He does say stuff. He talks a lot of shit, by the way, but it's under his breath or he says it quietly. So he doesn't say things out loud, but his sense of humor is kind of crass. and he says things, you just can't hear him. So I'm like thinking, is he shy? And then I told him, I said, look, you need to step up and be like, I hate to say this, but we have to train him. Like, dude, be a man. Like when he's ordering, and this is just an example. When he's ordering, he's like stepping back from the counter. We're like, dude, step up, tell him what you want. And it's a small thing, but it's a big, like, these kids just don't know how to be assertive.
My
Or
kid's
they
the same way too.
what you know what? I don't know if it's the gaming or what.
I think that's what it is because they're not used to standing in front of somebody and talking with them all the time. Because as
Yeah.
soon as we can be talking, me and him right there, what do you want? Oh, okay, I want this, I want this. But then when it's time to go up there and order it, he turns like, I don't want to be mean, but he kind of turns retarded because it's like, I want this,
Yeah, yes.
that.
Mhm.
But if he's on his game talking shit to people, he's fucking left and right. I have to tell him to calm the fuck down because he's even fucking as bad as me almost at times.
Hey, that's my son. That's exactly my son. He does the same thing. He's assertive. He's like, man, screw you, blah, 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 blah," on his game. And then when he's in real, like, he does do the same thing.
Yeah.
And, like, can I get a number 3 with no pickles? And I'm like, dude, say it loud. They can't hear you. Like, what the
Mhm.
hell? But yeah, you're right. Yeah, see, that's exactly what this generation's doing. And so I have to like right now, and I told my nephew and my son, I said, we're about to, because they can't drive. I know that's kind of my fault.
What the fuck? They can't drive.
Yeah, I know he's 19, he can't drive. Like, no, my nephew could drive, just he can't drive the car because he doesn't have his license.
So he's gay.
Dude, you know what? And he's so irresponsible. I love my nephews, but this nephew, he loses his ID all the time. He had an appointment. He doesn't do it. He doesn't show up to the freaking appointment. We're like, dude, you made the appointment. Go. You didn't tell us when your appointment was. Why are you freaking shot? Like, I can't. And I said, dude, this is why we can't trust you on like telling us that you need help. Like, the reason why he lost his position, or because he's supposed to be an iron worker too, we're like, dude, you got kicked out of the program because you were supposed to go to class every day. How come you didn't tell us you didn't have a freaking ride? Oh, I know. We're like, dude, your brother's right there with his damn car. He could have driven you. Oh, I don't know. I just didn't ask him. Okay, well, now you're kicked out of the program. What the hell? Now you got to restart 3 years of he was a third period apprentice or something, or second period, I don't know. But he has to start over again. You're a dumbass. And I was like, stop being this fucking, sorry, but this timid, like, it's so annoying. It's so freaking annoying.
It's funny to hear that about Samoans because I've never met a Samoan like that where they're fucking all timid and shit.
You know what? They're timid when it comes to being like professional or something, because like my husband, he'd be like, oh, I don't want to be with your political friends. I don't, and I know why he says that, because he feels like he's intimidated or something, or uncomfortable. And I was like, I'll tell you right now, I have, you know how some of these politicians or some of my political friends, they're crazy. They're out there. There's one guy, and they always love my husband. They're like, dude, that's your husband? And this one guy, he was like the weed guy of Vegas, and he ran for Senate? Was it the Senate race or I don't know. Anyways, he ran for office, for Congress, and he's just he's a comic. That's why he's kind of funny. There's a lot of comics that run for office here for some reason. But anyway, and he just loved my husband. He's like, oh, where's your husband? Tell me, I'll, this and that. Like, he just, like, they love him. I was like, you realize my Republican friends love you. Like, because they know he's different. They're like, oh, and they like him. And I was like, but he acts all like I don't know what, dude, he's political.
He's afraid of having to censor himself. That's what it is, I think.
Yeah, I think it's, and this is what I said to my nephew last night too, because I said, dude, I want you to be able to talk to people that are strangers, and you could just carry on a regular. Isn't that sad? I have to talk to him. I said, have a regular conversation with other young adults. And so here's a perfect opportunity. These are my guy friends. They're, even though we talk politics, sometimes they talk about stuff that goes over my head and I don't care. Like they were talking about interest rates. I was like, I'm sorry, you lost me. But, and so I told my nephew, I was like, don't think you're the only one who doesn't get when they start talking like that. They lose me. And I was like, I talk about other stuff. They know about policies. They, all this stuff. And I'm like, I just like, what is it about? Okay, I have my opinion. You have to tell me summarize it. Don't overcomplicate it. But like, so I was telling my nephew, and then he saw that his roommate wasn't political. And so they would go off. And I said, see, you're not the only one. So I told my husband, I was like, if you go there, they're not going to always just talk about politics with you. They want to like pick your brain about like other things. And I keep telling people like, we need to engage. And we talked about this with my other political friends. We need to engage as Republicans, conservatives, Christians, whatever, with the regular folks. And that's because we're in our echo chamber. And I've said this to my own friends. I was like, you're in your echo chamber. You're not out there. You're not talking to people like my nephew, who is registered to vote, by the way, but he just follows what I say. Hey, vote for this, vote for that person, vote for this, But I was like, you got to talk to regular people who are in the supermarket, who's talking about Taylor Swift or the football game or something stupid that's trending on the internet. But, and engage with them, go where they're at. So like my nephew who has no idea, I'm teaching him about communism and he's like, oh, well, yeah, that doesn't sound good. I was like, okay, so you get it, right? I was like, that's all you got to know. I was like, you don't want government control. He goes, oh, because I hate to say it, but he knows about like food stamps, government assistance, because all his side of the family, like that's all they kind of do. So he's familiar with it. So I'm like, do you understand? If your mom is making more money, she gets less in food stamps because the government is trying to discourage you from working and being self-reliant. I'm like, you catch what they're doing, right? He's like, and so like, make it simple, explain it in their terms. He saw the food stamps going down. So he's like, yeah, my mom's working more. And I was like, yeah. And that's why her food stamps is now like $16.
But can you imagine having Moto down there explaining to all your political friends about the difference in fruit bats and shit?
You're stupid.
Oh yeah, I'm a big conservative. I care about our animals and this and that. Let's talk about fruit bats, guys.
You're dumb. He could, you know what? But you see what he posts. He's so like he is a conspiracy theorist.
But he posts shit. He posts like not even a third of whatever you put up.
Oh yeah, no. Well, you see, yeah.
But in the fishing boards, he was different. In the fishing boards, he was fucking posting all kinds of stupid shit.
What was he saying?
Just fucking all kinds of shit. I'm like, man, this guy knows a lot about fishing. And then I go out there fishing with him. Let's see, what kind of red worm do we use tonight? Red worm, and what'd you catch that on? The red worm. How'd you set it up? On the bottom.
You know what? That was when he gets into something and he's interested in it, he goes all out. Like, okay, so I know I posted it, and this is why I don't think I could ever run for office, because I post too much, and now I'm connected. That's why, like, I'm pretty sure what you post and comment, my political friends are watching, and I actually still have friends that are running for office, and they're my friends.
Yeah, I've been nicer since I know that you have political friends now, though.
And they're like, and I'm pretty sure I have this one girl that if she could tell me truthfully, she'd be like, yeah, you're posting. I'm probably posting too many personal stuff. Now that they see, oh, okay, that's your husband from back in the days. Yeah, he was a thug. Like, he was gangbanging, like, yeah, he was. I have to cover up his hand signals that he's thrown up. Like, I don't think I'll ever run for office. That's why I'm like, I'm done. Anyway.
If anybody ever comes shooting for you, they know that they're going to get shot back at.
That's the thing. He didn't, he didn't pick up. You know what? All the times he was with his homeboys,
He doesn't have to do it. He has homeboys that know how to do it though.
Oh yeah, for sure. No, he was the Asian gangsters. They were all strapped. Like
Oh yeah.
he was the muscle. That's why when I looked at his homeboys, I said, "Those are your freaking homeboys? Are you freaking kidding me? Like they're small." I'm like, "They're little Cambodians, man." And then here he is. I was like, "Shoot, no wonder they keep calling you." Because he would, like he said, yeah, it wasn't fair if I fought some Asian dudes. So I'd go, he said, yeah, you, and you. Come on, let's go. And he didn't pick up a weapon. The only thing that would be a weapon was a newspaper stand. That was it. Like otherwise, he didn't use anything. He got cracked on the head with a crowbar, with the club. He got jumped in jail by some cholos. But yeah, no, he's never had to pick up anything. And I mean, he's been jumped. I think the only time he was knocked out only was because he was getting jumped out of a crew into another. It's so stupid. It's, you know how they used to jump you if you're going out from one crew or gang, you have to get jumped out. So he got jumped out, and some guy just sucker punched him with a cast, and that's when he got knocked out. Because other than that, he could stand on his own. But
those Asian gangs are fucking crazy. I told you I used to hang around the pool halls, but fuck, as soon as it got dark, I was fucking out of there. Because once it gets dark, that's when all the shootings happen and stuff.
Yeah, unfortunately, that's who I dated.
Yeah, because it used to be funny because we'd leave maybe an hour before it got dark, and then you'd see on the news and shit, oh yeah, there was a shooting over there on Valley and Almani. That there'd always be a shooting at one big one. There's a one big pool hall. It's cooler than shit.
Yeah,
across the street from McDonald's by the fake In-N-Out off the 60.
Big time. Yeah, you are in the epitome of like Asian gangs right there.
Oh yeah.
Like, geez, yeah. Was it watching out there? Red Door? What was it?
I don't even know. Because my buddy used to go down and he always used to tell these recruiters that he was going to sign up. So they would take us to lunch. He was never going to fucking join. I wasn't going to join, but I was fucking there. So they fucking fed me too. And then we go play pool. So we'd make a whole fucking day out of it.
Yeah, I remember there were a couple pool halls in Orange County, and then there were some in near Cerritos and Paramount, and my friends are like, don't go there. It just got shot up. So we're like, okay, where's a safer one? So, but it was funny because there was one guy I met, he was Laotian, and he actually I knew him for years before I met my husband. And then he heard I told him who I was dating, and he's like, he heard of him, but he goes, no, I was like, he's like, no. And then I said, he goes, oh, wait a second. I'm thinking of his brother. And I was like, okay, yeah. His brother was one of those, he went from, which is a big time no-no. He was going from crew to crew, which you're not supposed to do. Like, you're not supposed to gang hop. He only did it because he was following the girls. Now, some of these guys, they only went into these gangs or crews because of the girls. Sorry. But of course, my dumbass husband, he went to go for fights. He goes, no, I like to fight. I was like, no, duh. He liked fighting. Go figure. He didn't. He said, yeah, there were girls that were always with whatever group he was with. But he goes, yeah, they would hang around. And I was, he's not gay. Trust me, he's not gay. He just liked fighting. He liked fighting. That was it. He's like, but he thought about it. He's like, maybe those girls did like me. And I was like, yeah, you couldn't tell. He can't tell when a girl is flirting sometimes or likes him. So I'm like, cool for me.
It's so funny because he was nothing like that. I like to fight or none of that shit. The only times that I ever saw him talking shit is when they started talking shit to him first. And once they started talking shit to him, fuck, he was like wide open. I'm going to tell that motherfucker to be down here. I'm looking for him.
And he would be. That's why I'm like,
the one time he was arguing with some kid, I'm like, he's fucking 15, 16 years old, dude. I'm like, kick the fuck back.
Yeah. And that would be him. He would, yeah. And I mean, but you know what? To his credit, he has, of course, he's changed because now he knows how to diffuse it. But like, if you catch him on a good one, like he was on he's almost fought a couple times at the job site. But he knows if you if you get into a fight on the job site, you get kicked off. So it was because some guy was messing with his nephew, and he was like up on a tower, and the guy was just messing with his nephew, and he's like, you know what, mother, and he's like, chop your tools. And the guy was gonna climb down, and the guy looked at him and goes, oh hell no. And he starts climbing up. My husband is like trying to grab it. He said he was trying to grab his leg, and the guy goes, no.
I didn't know Moto was the one that actually was up on the side of the thing with the fucking rebar. I thought he was doing more bridges and shit. Seeing him climb up that, hanging on that shit's fucking impressive as fuck.
Dude, yeah, that was his whole tagging days. Those overpasses on the off of Long Beach, like 710 and the 405. Like he goes, I will climb that. I was like, dude, you're freaking big. Like I was like, how do you get away with it? Like, but he was like, yeah, he said he climbed all that crap. He would just now that was
so the other tall. That's the thing that's fucking so amazing on it. Because I've seen guys fatter than him get up on shit, but he's so fucking tall. That would be so awkward to try to get your ass on those. You would think there would be not too big of a gap to get your foot in and shit.
I don't know. Like, and my kids, they rag on him because, well, he taught them how to roast each other. So now they're roasting him, and they're like, they always say they always tease him like, oh yeah, he doesn't run. And he goes, what are you talking about? You should ask anybody. I could run faster than any of these guys when he's working, when he's doing rebar and tying and stuff. Apparently he's fast because everybody's like, oh, yeah, they would say for a big dude, he runs at work. But then like we're here at the beach, we're playing with the kids, we're playing with the dog. That fool does not run for crap. And I'm like, dude, he's so, oh my gosh. But he'll run for, yeah, but he'll climb and run for work. And when he was tagging back, like that was the other thing. He wanted his name all over it, and he was tagging everything. He kind of got in trouble with his cousins and whatever. They were like, dude, stop tagging up our wall. I was like, dude, you're so freaking annoying, man.
There was one stupid guy when I grew up in El Monte, going all the way to La Puente. There was one guy that tagged every fucking single sign from El Monte till La Puente. It was, I think it was like 316. He was like a fucking number, three numbers. And he got every fucking stop sign, every single light pole, everything. He hit every single one. I was like, how in the fuck did this guy have enough time to hit every single, and he got both sides of the street.
Yeah. Yeah. That was their goal. If you're a tagger, you're trying to put your name out there. I was like, they're good marketers. They're good for campaigning. They're good for ads. Like seriously, if you want someone who's good at marketing, you should get a tagger. Like seriously, because he was like, yeah, those taggers. They remember there was that guy Chaka.
Yeah, he went to what the hell? Not Real Honda. What's that other school that's in Whittier? Not Whittier. Diamond Bar area. Mount Sac. He ended up going to Mount Sac, full scholarship and shit from his art.
Yeah, he was an illegal too.
Oh, was he illegal too?
Yeah, he was an illegal, and I remember he got a full scholarship. I was like, he's an illegal, but yeah, I remember it because like every weekend we would go from Orange County to Carson and Long Beach. And so I would see him hit up the 405, 710. So yeah, even my husband, of course, that was a little before his time, but yeah, he was legendary with the taggers. Like that's how well known you are, is that they made you made the news. So, but yeah, he would take, my husband would go on the overpass on the 710 and the 405. Probably, even before I met him, I probably saw his stuff because I was always around that exit. And yeah, I was like, geez, Louise, that's you. I'm like, okay.
That's fucking crazy. Did you see Cornel West? He was fighting to get on the Michigan ballot, and he got himself on there, but there's a video that came out today.
Mm.
Let me see. I'll see if I can.
Gosh, this guy.
He's fucking crazy. I don't know what
My
the fuck.
friend likes him.
Who likes him?
My friend Alex. Me and Alex go at it about it. We're like, he's a Cornel West. I was like, how are you a libertarian? And you
Does he like it when he's losing an argument that he starts calling black people niggers? Is that what he likes?
No, he doesn't do that.
Oh yeah, Cornel West has done that before.
Oh, seriously?
On video, he's called somebody, yeah, you nigger.
Wow.
But check this out, because Kamala Harris was trying to pay him off to get out of the race.
Really?
Yeah.
Did they just one more on this? Did they offer you? Did they offer you a cabinet position, a lower position, and offer to pay off any of your campaign debt?
Well, they offered serious substantive conversation about all of those that could lead toward some real
Gotcha.
policy. You know what I mean?
And did they just one more on this? Did they?
So they offered basically talking to him about a cabinet position and fucking paying him off.
Do you think that's, you know what? I know that's a strategy. Do you think that, because people have speculate that Trump is offering RFK something?
Yeah, I think he's offering a cabinet position, but he's not fucking giving him money to drop out, though.
Yeah.
He
Yeah,
saw that he couldn't win and he wants to fucking be in the cabinet.
You know, and I don't really like RFK too much, but there were things like stuff with COVID. I'm like, yep. And I think, and that's the thing with Trump. Like, I love Trump, but I'm scared of who he picks to be on his side. And because I mean, so many people backstab him, you know, big time. So I'm hoping like people who are genuine, they don't backstab him. So, but I think that, yeah, RFK, hopefully he has integrity and he does help. But you've seen it. Like, that's again, because looking at Pence, gosh, that was a big time backstabber.
Yeah, Pence was a piece of shit. I didn't like him when he first came out talking and stuff.
Yeah, there were some things I just like, you know, that's why sometimes I'm like, okay, like now I'm just gun shy with any of his picks. I'm sorry, but he needs to like really pick loyal and safe people. That's why I like Laura Loomer. She'll blast anyone who's not loyal to Trump. So, and she'll vet them. So,
but Laura Loomer's kind of fucking crazy though too. I like her a lot. I follow her on X and stuff, but she'll throw out some fucking shit from left field in there. It's like, what the fuck, lady?
Yeah, she kind of reminds me of my friend Seagal. I was like, something about just brunettes, like just hits hard. I'm like, whoa, you guys are harsh. But yeah, that's but you need someone to vet these people. That's why people are like, I don't know about JD Vance. I'm like, well, Laura Loomer says that he's okay. And you know her. And I was like,
I like Vance because he stays on the topic and he doesn't fucking get goaded into shit.
Yeah. And I think because I don't know him enough, but I've seen him in a few things where I'm like, okay, that's why he was picked. The interviews, I was like, oh wow, he's pretty firm and he pushes back. The other thing, what did I say? The one that the stunt that he pulled at the airport, you know, when both the planes were there and he walked
up there and fucking trolled them. That was the fucking great move.
Oh my gosh, I love it. I was like, okay, that's why you were picked. I was like, all right, I get it now. That makes sense. But yeah, that was crazy. I was like, this fool crazy. But yeah, that's why. That's good. So I mean, I don't know.
He does have a little bit of Trump in him, but he's actually more refined. He's more professional, if you want to say. But he does talk a little bit of shit too.
Yeah, so that's what I guess. Yeah, that's good. I mean,
see, and say if Trump wins and Vance can keep on going for the next nomination, I'd like to see him run. But
I have to see.
But like I said, like you said, you can't trust everybody that Trump puts around him at first.
Yeah.
But same time, Trump's not willing to. If they're going to dick around, he'll fucking get rid of them right away, though, too.
I hope so, because we have to learn from last time that these backstabbers We need to get rid of them like right away. Um, yeah, there's a lot of people who just backstabbed him, and I was like, damn, man. And he's really trusting. I hate to say it, because who was that one? Remember in The Apprentice, what was that black lady's name?
Oh, that Amorosa.
Yes. How many times he kicked her out, then he let her back in, and then kicked her out again, let her back in. I was like, dude, you're forgiving, man. So anybody who says anything, I was like, well, look how he treated, like, that girl got to go in and out. I was like, whatever.
What did you
Like,
see when they were bringing up her, that Amorosa, saying that, oh yeah, I have Trump on video saying the N-word. He said the N-word. He said the N-word. And they asked him about it. He's like, well, she's been saying that for years. I still haven't seen no video. Where's the video?
yeah, it's true. Yeah.
Like, bring it on.
I swear. Yeah.
What do you think about Tulsi Gabbard actually campaigning with them now?
I just saw the video on TikTok, like it's a TikTok video on and it's posted on X. She is pretty cool. So like my husband, just because she's Samoan or whatever, he's like, oh, you don't think Tulsi? I was like, dude, she's too new.
Is
And
she too?
well, no, she's too new to being like an independent.
Mm-hmm.
So she was just a Democrat a couple years ago. So that's what I mean. But I like her. I think she's okay, but she's not a conservative, like a straight up conservative. I think just like anybody else is like I did the same thing with Candace Owens. Like, okay, they are just slowly coming over. She still needs time. If you are a new conservative or you're walking away from the Democrat or liberal, oh Lord, don't play that. No. Oh yeah, that one. I saw that and I was like, what the hell?
Oh, there's a TikTok for you now.
Oh my gosh. No, but the original where they're doing that, and I was like,
What happened to the original? I haven't seen the original.
oh, you haven't like with Julian Dreyfus from Seinfeld and AOC's in it, and then some other lady and Pelosi. You should see how Pelosi's doing it.
Oh yeah.
Like that. It's supposed to be dun dun sh, dun dun sh. And then here's Pelosi. It's so lame. It's so cringy. Oh my gosh. This has got to be the cringiest like year of campaigning for the Democrats. They're so fake. It's like you want to like punch yourself. Like they're so cheesy. You just want to like step on
Beta.
like a man thing. So do you? But so okay, my other Persian friend. Okay, I have another Persian friend, but he's a liberal. I think I talked about him. He when he shakes guys' hands, he squeezes the shit out of them. Yeah,
Mhm.
have you ever met guys like that?
When in high school, when I met a girl that I like's dad, he did that shit to me where fucking get your hand in there real fucking hard and then squeezes the fuck out of it. And my dad had fucking warned me about that. And I'm like,
Mm,
yeah, whatever. I'm like, this guy's just a regular guy. And he did that fucking shit.
yeah, because he does that to guys. But he shook my hand before, and all of us were like, "No, he never does it to us." And it's because all the men, even he did it to my dad. My dad goes, "Yeah, it hurts. I don't know why he does that." Like, and then in my because my husband too, he's like, "What the fuck is his problem?" I mean, he does. I guess he does it so bad because my husband and my brother-in-laws, they and my dad, they talked about like how he squeezes the crap out of their hands, and I'm like, what the hell is that? Like, it's just a guy, like it's a guy thing,
Well,
and
this
he
this
like,
this guy I have up on this thing, he's a body language expert and he's on YouTube. And he did a whole thing about showing Trump how he shakes people's hands. He showed
yeah,
it when that Yahoo showed up. He showed
yeah,
a couple other different places where he fucking gets their hands and he gets in there real tight and like fucking pulls them towards him. And he's like, it's just showing his dominance over him.
yeah. He did that to Putin.
Yeah.
Putin even was like, what the fuck? He has to though. He has to. Damn.
When he did it to Putin, that was fucking funny as fuck. Cause I don't think he was expecting that shit.
No, he wasn't. He wasn't. Putin's probably like, what the fuck, dude? I'd kill you. Like, you know, he's fucking KGB. Shit.
Oh yeah.
That's what's so fucking scary.
They
He did
fucking
that to
poisoned him
Putin.
and shit.
Yeah. I saw that when he did that to Putin. Putin was like, what the fuck? And then, but then I crack up when Rogan, because he's like, man, he did that. You know, but yeah, because when he's at the UFC fights and he's standing away from him, he goes, dude, he did it to me. And I was like, because he was like just getting up from his chair and he goes, dude, he yanked me. And I totally forgot, oh my gosh, he was going to do that. And he goes, he just caught me off guard. He goes, I knew he was going to do it too. And I was like, I was cracking up. Because that's what he does. He just, but yeah, that I think I forgot there was a female that did that to me, just squeezed my hand hard. And I was like, the fuck, bitch. I was like, you butch.
So you're the fucking beta. I didn't know that.
I was like, you know, I don't know as a female, like squeeze. And then, but then because if it's a guy, I'm like, I kind of react like, okay, yeah. If it's a firm handshake, yeah, okay. But then some of the guys, I'm like, you ever watched King of the Hill when have you ever watched that King of the
Yeah.
Hill? Okay, did you remember the episode where Hank lost respect for George H.W. Bush, and he said it was because he had a limp.
A limper. Yeah, okay.
Yeah. And
I didn't
I
know we were going for it, but yeah, I remember that episode.
I think that's funny because it's true. If a guy kind of has like a limp, but I don't know if it's because they're trying to be like they're trying to be nice to me, so that they do it very lightly, and I'm like, okay, it's there's some guys with just really light handshakes, and I'm like, and if it's really like it feels like jelly, like he has soft hands and it's like jelly, I'm like, it's creepy.
Mhm.
I don't know. I just like it's creepy. Well, because my husband, not to, I mean, because he's rebar, you know, so he has rough hands. So I'm used to guys with rough hands. But if it's a guy with like soft hands, I'm like, what the hell? I don't know. What's wrong with them? Like, but if they have a limp wrist, it's like even scarier because I'm like, the fuck are you doing? Are you gay? I don't know. What the hell? Like, seriously, I don't know. I don't know what the proper etiquette is. Should guys have a firm handshake with a female? Because I get these, like, I get the ones where they just grasp the tip of my fingers, and it's weird. They don't do the full on like thumb to thumb, you know. But like,
Girls are doing that?
no, guys.
Oh, that's fucking gay as fuck.
Yeah, thank you. Okay, it's not okay. I would think that's kind of weird because so many guys do. Oh, hi, and I don't know if they do the palm olive thing, like it's just a dip. And I'm like, what the hell? Like,
When they do that to you, aren't you gonna fucking give my hand a peck too?
right? Yeah. Okay. So if you do that, I'll say it like. I have a friend that did that. Like he'll do that, but he does it because he's trying to be sweet. And I'm like, okay, you're a little too sweet. Like, stop. I'm a married woman. No, I'm just kidding. But he'll do that. Oh, and then he'll kiss. I was like, and then he did it in front, like he did that in front of my daughters or something. He did it to my daughters too because he's like, oh, I love your mom. She's so she's so special. Blah blah blah. And then he's like, and then my daughter's like.
Isn't that funny? I'm a married woman. You don't do that to me, but friends of your husband could touch your leg.
Stop. You're fucking dumb. He didn't touch my leg. He thought he did. My leg was like to the side. That's why my legs were to the side. It was pointed towards my husband.
Yeah, sure.
Okay, so anybody listening, what happened was, you know how you have a bench in the front of the truck? My husband's driving. I'm sitting in the middle. There's a cup holder. You know how the cup holder is right by your legs, right? We went to Starbucks. His fishing buddy, by the way, I know my friend from fishing. He's my husband's fishing buddy. Anyway, their other fishing buddy was in the shotgun. I was in the middle. And we all had our little fraps from Starbucks. And the cup holder was right. And my legs are turned this way, like together. And it was turned this way towards my husband. And so I'm over here and he reaches down to get his cup because it's in the cup holder. But my husband's driving in the corner of his eye. He's like, oh, hell no. You didn't just touch my woman's legs. And he's like, we looked at him like, no, he didn't. The cup is right here. My cup is right here. And he's like, so we kind of just looked at him like, but mind you, they were all up all night fishing all morning and night. So he was sleep deprived. And
we have a word for that in Spanish, right?
What?
Sancho.
Stupid. You dumb. No, and then he reached down and he's like, so my husband's big and scary. So he's like, oh no, that I didn't do that. And so we're like, oh my gosh, we had to calm him down. What the hell is this now?
This guy's eating while at work, but look at the bed.
I don't want to. Oh my gosh, what? What is going on? Wait, hold on.
They're shooting porno, and the guy's just sitting there eating his food.
What's he eating?
I don't even know. It looks like stuffing and maybe chicken.
Okay, why are there so many cameras on them? Okay,
well, there's people on the bed fucking.
Oh my gosh. Yeah, but do you see the creepy guy with his phone out? And then the guy with a recording, and then a guy, okay, there's a boom. And I don't know what the other guy, maybe another camera, and this guy with a photo camera.
That's a professional work environment right there.
What the hell is wrong with people?
That's why I hate X, because so much shit fucking starts popping up there. I'm like, fuck, why in the fuck do people post shit like this for?
I didn't realize that you could see a lot of crazy stuff on X.
Oh, yeah.
I started seeing like videos of deaths, like it's faces of death. Like I was like, you posting this? Are we allowed to see this? I know they said like you could see worse stuff. I don't want to see sexual stuff. I really don't. So I don't think I've ever clicked on any of it, so they won't come trending. But once you click on one like violent thing, then all the violent stuff comes up. I'm like, oh my gosh. I'm like, I gotta stop. I don't know how I get them off. But yeah, if you ever click on one thing, they're like, oh, you like that? Here's more.
Well, the
I'm
one
like,
time I was watching somebody, a shop owner, shoot at somebody that was trying to rob his store, and then the next thing I know, every fucking thing is going like that. So I'm watching every single one going down.
yeah, it's crazy. I've seen that too. Like, oh gosh, the guy that got decapitated. It
Oh,
was
I can't watch those shits.
it was going viral, and it sucks because it was an old man crossing the street, and a guy with a utility truck didn't see him because he's too high up, and he turns right into the guy, and um they blurred it out, but obviously it's his head rolled off down like 10 feet away from his utility truck. I was like, oh my gosh, the guy dragged him, like he got under the wheels, and then his head snapped off, and so they blurred it out. But I was like, and the guy was on the ground crying because he realized what he did, because someone had to wave him down and say, stop. And then he saw what he did. He was like, he lost it.
See,
And
I can't watch that shit because that shit fucking either it gets me sick or I start thinking about that shit at night, and then I fucking start hearing shit and stuff like that.
yeesh.
That's why I can't watch scary movies and shit. Even if I watch it during the day, then I fucking start hearing noises at night and shit.
Don't say that. I'm by myself.
Well, I tell you that we get deer sometimes in the yard, so then you fucking have these things. It's like, what the fuck's going across the yard? Then you just see like a shadow going across the yard.
No way.
Yeah, there's fucking deer walking across the thing and stuff like that.
Well, I'm house sitting for my girls because of stupid HOA. Oh my gosh, don't get me started on HOAs. So I had to come here tonight to bring in their trash cans and look at their backyard because the HOA is getting on their asses. Anyway, so I'm here by myself. I usually bring my son with me just so I won't be alone, but I have stuff to do.
Is there a lot of HOAs over there?
God, yes. It's ridiculous. It's bad.
Yeah, I don't know
Vegas.
how anybody could live in one of those because they have a lot of different rules and some of them are fucking stupid.
This one's stupid. Okay, so the one that I'm dealing with right now. So I told my daughters, I was like, because she's like, she got the emails about the backyard. These guys are such Nazis. So my other daughter, that's why she took a picture of the gravel before she poured it out. She goes, is this okay? They didn't say anything, so they just started spreading it all over the ground. Well, come to find out, they're like, no, it's not. So the long ass, they said, like, it can't be white, like light, like it can't be white. What else did they say? It should be, oh, they were really specific. They go, if you do mulch, it has to be red or golden. Like, and then they said the gravel can't be white. Here it is. Okay. Standards of rear. All planters shall be covered with a top dressing or of decorative gravel mulch. Bare ground is not permitted. Jeez. The use of different sizes of one gravel mulch color is encouraged. Required minimum specifications are: top dressing shall be a minimum of 2 inches in depth. Mulches shall range from 3/8 inch minimum diameter to 3/4 inch minimum diameter. So dumb. Larger size mulch can be used only for accent areas within the yard and on steep slopes for stabilization. Chat or mulch material smaller than 3/8 inch shall be used for accent areas only. A maximum of 2 gravel mulch colors may be used. The 2 colors must be closely related and create a harmonious ground plane when used adjacent to each other. Mulch color should be strong in character so as to create a finished appearance. Recommended colors to be in tones of red or gold. Prohibited white rock, and that's what they use, was white to gray rocks, and they're like this small, like gravel looking thing. So I'm sitting here like, the fuck, like very specific. So because when they bought this house, they were like, my cousin who helped them buy it just suggested to just grab some material and just spread it around. Well, they did, and unfortunately It was the wrong material. So we're gonna have to like shovel it all up. And then I'm gonna my daughters, because they're young, they almost got screwed over by this AstroTurf like landscaping people. They were gonna like the initial job was supposed to cost like $6,000, but with the financing, it was going to cost them 28,000 in the end. So
Ooh.
oh yeah, we made my husband. He got on my daughter's ass like because the time to cancel the contract was that night at midnight, and we were scrambling because they just told us at like 10 o'clock at night, and we're like, call it right now, and we were trying to cancel it as fast as we could. And luckily they were able to, and then we filed a complaint against them. So yeah, it was bad. So I came here to talk to the HOA guy, and I told him, he goes, look, I get it. I totally get it. I was like, I know you get it. I know it sucks, but this is the stuff we have to deal with. It freaking, like, you cannot park because one side of the street you're not allowed to park in. So we have to park on the other side, and there's hardly any spaces because the way they do these tract homes, there's hardly any spaces on the street to park because you'll be in front of someone's driveway because it's only wide enough for the driveway. It's so retarded. And then we got a sticker on. What they do is slap on these bright fluorescent stickers on your windows that are hard to get off. They do this on purpose. When we first moved here, that happened to us a couple times. If you're parked backwards, you get a sticker. If you have a flat for too long, you get a sticker. If you park there too long, they're like, you haven't moved this in 3 days, you get a sticker. I mean, it's ridiculous. My cousin, you can't even park on the street. You have to park on the driveway or in the garage. And you have to have permission to park on the street, and it's only good for like I don't know, a day or whatever. And then like it's just, put it this way, it's bad. It's that bad. It's so commie like, and I can't stand it. Like, but anytime you want a brand new home out here, they're all under HOAs. Luckily, where we're at, it's the HOA is very, very lenient. Thank God, because we've been parked in. People have bunk cars on the street, and they probably get warnings. But it's not as bad as these places. So I was like, what are they looking in their backyards? They must have been looking in their backyards because
I've seen it. They use little mirrors and shit to look over the things. Some of them I've seen on YouTube. They fucking fly drones over the streets and stuff so they can see in their backyards. The thing is, as long as you're keeping up your yard and it's not like fucking overgrown and fucking dangerous, why do they fucking care? It's your fucking home. You're the one paying for it.
Oh, no. And then I didn't realize they could actually kick you out of your home.
Oh yeah.
What the hell? That's not
They
right.
could put a lien on it too if you're not following their rules and stuff like that. Actually, you know what? In Vegas, there was that one guy. He bought himself a pickup truck, and he was parking it in the front of his house in the driveway because it wouldn't fit into his carport because it was too long or whatever, or his garage. And they were getting on his ass. So because he couldn't park it in the thing, he had to get storage, like I don't know how many blocks away. So he drove every morning. He would drive his car to this lot to go pick up his truck to go to work. And then I guess a bunch of people in the neighborhood were doing that stupid shit.
It's ridiculous. The HOAs are so out of control here. And we keep talking, like the local politicians keep talking about regulating them because it's ridiculous. It's just so bad. Like my Persian friend, he wants to be a master planner. And I'm like, dude, I hope you do win because get rid of these HOAs. Like if you actually do a master plan of these communities, can you get rid of these HOAs but then, I mean, I don't know if he would, but I want regular neighborhoods like we did back in the days. Like we had such a large yard that, you know, you could park in front of it. But
Mhm.
here it's like these track homes are out of control. Like this is it's pretty skinny, like this house. It's kind of like narrow. And so it's as wide so if you go outside, you can't like even if you could park on this side of the street, it would be hard. You could probably fit one car, like one sedan to the length of no, actually you probably can't. No, you can't actually because you would be yeah. The driveway pretty much takes up the whole span length of the width of this house lot. That's what it is. But yeah, it's ridiculous. Oh yeah, and then they got I had to come over here because they got another notification for weeds. So I had to pluck them out. Thankfully, there weren't that many, so I plucked them out for them. But yeah, that's why I'm here again because their backyard and I tried their ground. I mean, you can't have regular turf out here like regular lawn. It has it's Vegas. So the dirt here too is really packed. So
Oh,
I was just shoveling it right now. I don't know how I'm going to do it, but I'm going to put an AstroTurf back in the backyard. But it's ridiculous. It's out of control. This is not good. I don't know.
I don't know how anybody can live in HOAs. That's fucking nuts how that shit it goes.
It's you know what? It's because it's the only ones that they have. It's affordable.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah.
It-
Sucks.
I thought you'd be very impressed with her.
I think I've seen this girl. No, I've seen a different one. Oh my gosh. Yeah, no, I've seen this person.
That's weird as fuck. You change yourself to be a gay guy. That's hot.
But got with a gay guy.
Yeah.
The hell is look, she was pretty.
She was pretty at first.
Oh my gosh. Such a waste. Naturally pretty.
That's so fucking weird.
I don't get it. If you were so pretty, then you know what? I hate to say it, she probably had issues. And people who are, yeah, I still stand by it. People who have problems like that, they were abused. That's probably what happened. She was pretty, probably was abused, and
I always think they're easily influenced because it's a fucking trend. Because not that many people would want to fucking change their body. I could see one every like fucking couple million or whatever, but this is coming out at a rate that's fucking crazy.
well, I remember back in the days, I remember towards a certain, like, let's see, late 90s. Yeah, late 90s, early 2000, it was trendy to be a lesbian or bi.
Hmm.
Yeah. Because I had a couple, like, I started seeing girls trying to be like all bi and thought it was hot for the guys. And like, and somebody close to me was like, she's like, no, I'm really bi. Because she's like, oh, they're bi trendy. And bi curious. There you go. Bi curious. That was the thing. And I was like, but yeah, it was trendy.
See, I could see somebody being gay. Okay, you're gay, you like that, but I don't see how you fucking go back and forth. You like guys. If you're a girl, you like guys. You like dick. How do you go eating out other fucking chicks? I don't understand that.
Yeah, you know what? I don't get bisexual guys.
Yeah, I don't get any of that. It's like you fucking pick. I'm like, if you're straight, you're straight. If you're fucking gay, okay, you're gay. But I'm like, this going back and forth, I don't know, that's fucking just weird to me.
I don't know how you want. No, not to get graphic. Okay, I hope everybody's 21 and over here, or 18 and over. But why would you want to have something in your ass? That hurts.
Oh fuck. I didn't know you were fucking going there. What the
Come on, that hurts. Come on now. Who has
That's when you're supposed to hawk Tui on it.
kill?
See,
Oh,
you're
you didn't know I was gonna go there? Oh, I shocked you?
oh yeah, well you're saying all this shit and I fucking have that on here. Where in the fuck is that?
Dude, you remember
Gotta give him that hawk too and spit on that thing. You get me?
that intern